Hello, Stardust. Hi, welcome everyone who's tuned in for our presentation of our Auchenfoyle energy storage project that we are proposing. Um, this is part of the planning process. This is our public consultation. Obviously, because of the situation with COVID-19, we've not been able to do these kind of events face to face like we normally would. Um, Yeah, we've not been able to do these kind of events face to face, so this is the alternative that we've agreed with the Inverclyde Council, sticking to the planning guidance where we try and let people show them, try to recreate that kind of face to face experience as much as we can, give people the opportunity to comment. So if you're watching this live, you should be able to see on your right hand side there is a chat box. Now you can, I think it gives you the option to enter as a guest, so you don't need to log in or create an account, pardon me, or anything like that. All you need to do is just click enter as guest, pardon me, and that'll be you into the chat room. So as we go through the presentation, if you have any questions, just pop them up, or any queries, pop them up in the chat, and we'll answer them at the end, or as we go on if it's appropriate. Now, if you're watching and you're thinking, I can't see a chat box, you can get in contact with us on my mobile number, which is on the screen there. It's 07456 539 239. You can text us or phone us, whatever you fancy, and we can answer any questions as we go along. Probably best to text. And me and Greg's emails are there also. So how we're going to do this is we're going to do a presentation every half hour. So we're going to start the first one at 3:10. Start the first one at 3:10. And then after that will be the 1:45 and 1:15, right up to 7 o'clock tonight, and we'll continue these presentations just to make sure that people may be working. We can give everyone a chance to see the presentation. The presentation will also be online for 21 days on this website, so you'll be able to still see the presentation and download the slides as well. The PowerPoint slides will be there, and there's also a questionnaire form, a questionnaire form that we'd like you to fill out as well, which you can do online. You should see that in downloads just below where you're watching the stream. So you can go on there and please fill in the questionnaire, and we'll take on board any suggestions you may have if we can. Um, Anything else you'd add to that, Greg?
Yeah, have you introduced us both?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that bit.
You missed that bit? Yeah.
I missed that bit.
I did. But well,
Okay.
I'll do it again, but I'm almost certain I did do it. Yeah, I'm Andrew Hughes, Beyond Media Manager for I Group. And this gentleman is Greg Templeton. He's the planning manager for ILI. So I'm sure I did. We'll watch it back later.
Watch it back later.
You can watch it back later and check.
So between us, we should be able to answer any questions that anyone's got today. If there's anything overly technical that we need to get back to you on, we'll take a note, and we'll contact you, and we'll take a note and try and get an answer for you. But we should be able to answer everything that comes up today.
Cool. Okay, so interesting. Is there anything else, Greg? Any other housekeeping things or any sort of planning? I think the only other thing I would mention is that the questionnaire form you're filling in is going directly to ourselves. It's for part of our public consultation. It's not going directly to Inverclyde Council. So when the planning application goes in, there'll be a chance to make representations to the council at that point. So when the actual full plan application goes in, so then that's when you would make representations direct to the council. These are coming directly to us for our purposes.
I think I'll also explain. You'll see me looking over here quite a lot. That's because I have another screen here where I can see any comments that anyone's got, and so any questions appear on my other screen. So I'm just keeping an eye on and seeing if there's anybody there.
I think there might be a few people, or there might not be. It's hard to tell sometimes. But anyway, if you can't see the chat, not everyone can get into the chat, I don't think. So if you can't see the chat and you still want to take part and ask questions live, you can do that by using the phone number there or one of the email addresses. We'll be monitoring them throughout throughout the course of the presentation. So what we'll do, I think we'll leave it there for a couple of minutes, and then we will come back at 10 past and I'll start the presentation.
All right.
Okay, welcome everyone. Anyone who's tuning in, I'm going to start the presentation. Hopefully you didn't miss the introduction. For anyone who did, I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and Media Manager Company for ILI Group. We also have Greg Templeton, our Planning Manager, on the live stream as well, who's going to be able to answer any questions also. So I'm going to go through a quick 10-minute presentation that'll tell you a little bit about the
Hi there. So my colleague Andy has disappeared. You might noticed we do occasionally have some technical difficulties where one or other of us lose internet connection briefly. So I'm sure Andy is scrambling about just now, making sure everything's plugged in, and then he'll open the presentation back up and be able to talk you through it. While I'm on the screen, I'm just going to check to see whether anyone has put any comments in the comments box. No one has as yet. I can maybe talk through. In fact, looks like Andy is back.
back.
Hey, Andy, that's okay.
Apologies there, I got cut off. Yeah, so I'm going to start the presentation. I think Greg's probably, we spoke about how if you want to comment, please comment in the comment box beside on the right hand side. If you can't see a comment box, my mobile number is there. It's 07456 539 239. And also me and Greg's emails there as well. So if anyone want to ask any questions, can also do that. So with that, I think, pardon me, I'll just start the presentation. So what is the project? So in essence, what we're proposing is a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, containerized energy storage facility, um, that would be basically battery storage. The development would consist of 50 storage containers which contain the racks of batteries, associated equipment. There's a small meter building, a small kind of substation for Scottish Power equipment. There's fencing around that, and there's trees that's going to screen the whole project as well. The projects like this, what they do in essence is we store excess energy from the grid, so that's can be from probably mostly from renewable energy sources. So when there's excess energy being generated, say for instance when wind turbines are going in the middle of the night when nobody needs that power, we can take that power and store it in the batteries and then put it back into the grid when it's required. And that helps balance supply and demand for the grid. And I'll talk a little bit later about what else these kind of projects, these energy storage projects can do. So who are ILI Group? So we're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017 with a vision of bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. Now the majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have. The most advanced of those being Red John at Doors on the shores of Loch Ness. That's been in the press quite a lot, so you might have heard of that one. And we're also going to be bringing 500 megawatts of battery storage as well, which Auchenfoyle is going to be part of that 500 megawatts. So that's really what we've done. That's what we're doing at the moment. In the past, we've also been involved in feed-in tariff projects. We've brought a number of solar, wind, and hydro projects to fruition that are up and running now. So we've been well involved in the renewable sector for a long time. So why do we need energy storage? Why do we need energy storage at all? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, and if we're going to hit that target, we're going to be moving away from kind of fossil fuel generators, which we're doing at the moment. So like kind of large coal and gas stations and nuclear. A lot of these are coming to the end of their lifespan. They're not going to be renewed. And as that happens, what that means is we're going to become more and more reliant on renewable energy. But the age-old problem with renewable energy is that it's intermittent. So it only works when it's sunny or when it's windy. So we can't switch it on to meet demand. So whenever everyone hits the kettle for Coronation Street, we can't suddenly switch on the wind turbines. It is the kind of old cliche. So what we need to do, if we're going to meet, we're going to have this reliance on renewable energy, we're going to have a lot more energy storage to balance up things, so we can store power for when it is needed. Now, Ofgem have estimated we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. At the moment, we've got about 4 gigawatts of energy storage. The Scottish Government also recognise this, and they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this. So there's a lot of energy storage projects that are going to come online over the next few years as we try and hit these net zero targets. So why in this exact location? So the land is located near to the Devilmoor grid supply point, or GSP, and basically a grid supply point is a grid hub for the grid, where we take transmission power, which is in pylons, sort of large voltages. We break it down into smaller voltages to go to smaller substations, and again down to smaller voltages that go down to your houses and businesses. So it's kind of a major hub for the grid in Scotland. Now there's quite a few of these all across Scotland, but there's not that many of them that can actually take the kind of power that we're looking to put in here with the 40 or the nearly 50 megawatts of power. And so we've done a sort of analysis of where we can actually connect these battery projects, and Devilmoor is one of the very few that actually can take that level of power. So that's why we're in this location, is because of its proximity to that grid supply point. Now the next few slides give you an idea of whereabouts we are in the world exactly. So we're at land at Auchenfoyle Farm. It's marked in red there, in the sort of the red line boundary. Hopefully you can see that. See that there? So that's where the proposed site is. We're taking access of the not sure if I'm going to pronounce this right, Auchenfoyle Road. We're 3 kilometres south of Port Glasgow, with Kilmacombe is 3.5 kilometres to the southeast, and we're over 450 metres from any other properties or dwellings. So we're quite a good distance away from any other housing. So this is where we've got two actual proposed site layouts. So we are actually looking for any feedback you may have on these. So this is the first one, taking the access off the Auchenfoyle Road. Both projects would be taking access from there in effect, but this is one sort of layout that we have. So we have the project consists 50 energy storage units. So we've got 25 either side. 25 either side of the access track that goes down, that'll run down the middle of that. On the outside of that, there is a small meter building, which I'd mentioned previously, to house all the kind of the sort of switch gear and electrical equipment we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid, and the grid to the batteries back again. Outside of that, there's a 3-meter wooden fence, and you can see marked in kind of green sort of hedging all around the project. So it's surrounded on all sides by new tree planting that we're going to provide. So we're going to screen the project as much as we can. Obviously, those trees will take a while to grow, and those bushes that we're proposing. But in the meantime, you've got that fence as well, that 3-meter wooden fence. So once the project's actually installed, I think it's going to have a pretty minimal visual impact. So this is the other site location that we were proposing. So we've kind of moved it down to this parallel with the south of the field rather than to the west. So it's another kind of proposed route that maybe we're basically trying to find the best position we can to screen the project visually, so it's got the most minimal impact. So if anyone's got any views on either one of those, it'd be nice to hear that in the chat or in the questionnaire that's below, if you want to fill that out. So the energy storage units themselves, they are, if you can picture kind of, they're storage containers with racks of batteries in effect. So very similar to what you'd see in a kind of a data center with racks and racks of sort of servers. This is racks and racks of batteries, and they're 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high. and they also have air conditioning units on the side of them to keep all the equipment inside there cool. And the technology we're currently using are solid state lithium ion batteries, and as those have been used in nearly all other energy storage sites in the UK and worldwide. So they're proven technology that we're using. The small substation building I mentioned is a GRP building, so glass reinforced plastic building, 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, with a colour to be agreed with the council. And that, like I said, that contains all the equipment you need to break the power down from the grid to get to the batteries and the other way around back into the system. So the fencing and screening that we're proposing, we've got a 3-metre wooden high fence, and outside of that they have the tree planting. So we've got proposing a mixture of different types of trees and sort of shrubs there that are going to over time will grow to hide the fence and to sort of screen the project as much as we can, and that's on all sides of the proposed facility. So we'll be screening it as much as we can, and then outside of that there's a 1.2 metre high wire stock fence. So really what we're doing is we're trying to get the project as embedded into the landscape as we can, so that there's very minimal impact. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what it is we're proposing, a brief overview of why we need energy storage, why we need it in this exact location, and what the project could potentially look like. So if anyone's got any questions, please put them in the chat, that would be great, or text me. Alternatively, if you haven't got a chat box you can't see a chat box to enter any questions, text on 07456 539 239, or you can contact us on either me or Greg on their emails. So I'm just going to put those details back up to the start of the presentation. So there you go. So anyone who's looking for them can get them. So I'm not currently seeing anything on the chat. I don't know. Greg, would you want to add anything to that?
No, Andy, I think you've covered everything there.
Cool. Yep, I can't see. I don't think there's anyone. There's a few people in the chat, so if anyone's there, they'd like to ask any questions, please do put them up, and we can certainly we can answer them as best we can. Just leave it for a few minutes, maybe let people type anything in they might want to ask. And failing that, we'll be back at 3:45 to do another presentation.
Thanks, Andy.
No worries, Greg. I know there's a bit of a delay on the chat, on the kind of the stream, so let's see if anyone's typing anything.
I'm actually going to type into that screen just now, Andy.
Yeah.
Into the comments board, just to invite people to message there, and they might see my comment, and that might let them understand where they have to put their comments.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are you guest 22 then? I'm guessing. Is that you? Yep, that's came up. Yeah, yeah. Cool.
Put it on the main screen just now, Andy, and I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Yeah, see you in 15 minutes, mate. Hello, welcome everyone to our presentation of the Auchenfoyle, our proposed Auchenfoyle energy storage project. Hopefully everyone, I'll just start, I'll introduce, I'm Andrew Hughes, PR and Media Manager from ILI Group, getting a bit tongue-tied here, apologies. Also have Greg Templeton below me. He is our planning manager online for this presentation as well. Obviously, we normally do these kind of things face to face because of the restrictions with COVID-19. We're not able to do that, so we're trying to do as best we can with a kind of online sort of equivalent or something close to it. So hopefully everyone can see and hear us okay. There should be a chat box on the right of your screen. If you're on a computer, you should be able to you don't need to log in or enter any details. You can just enter as a guest and you can put your name, whatever your guest name you want to be, and then you can ask us questions as we go along and we'll answer them, any queries you might have or questions at the end. There's also, you can also contact, if you can't see the chat box, if that's not something that's shown up for you, you can contact us on the mobile number that's on the screen, 07456 539 239, and text us any questions you might have, or alternatively, our 2 email addresses are there as well. You can see, so we can contact us on either of those. Pardon me. So the presentation itself, it lasts for about 10 minutes. Basically tells you a little bit about the project, where it is, why we need energy storage, and why we need it in this location. There's also on the download section underneath the presentation that you're watching, there should be a PAN presentation, PAN questionnaire, which is a questionnaire we'd love you to fill in, give us your feedback, and that becomes part of our report that we put in with the planning application. It's not a direct representation to the council. You need to wait until the plan application goes in for that, and then you can make the representations directly to them. And all the PowerPoint presentation will be there as well for the next 21 days. So if you want to, if you've missed it, if you're not watching this live, you can download the slides, whatever, have a look over it. Is there anything else you'd add to that, Greg, for a start?
No, that's fine, right?
Okay. Okay, so start the PowerPoint here. So what is the project? So what is it we're proposing? So what it is we're proposing is a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's comprised of storage containers with batteries in them in effect. So we've got 50 of those with batteries in them. It also has an access track, a small meter building, a 3-meter fence around it, and some trees and screening that's going to screen the project visually outside of that, which I'll go into a lot more detail in a wee minute. But projects like these, in effect, what we do is we store energy, excess energy from the grid, in the batteries and store that for when it is needed. So say for instance there's wind turbines going in the middle of the night, instead of switching that power off, we can store that energy and put it back into the grid for when it is required. And this helps balance supply and demand for the grid. So who are ILI Group? So our company, we are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton in South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017 and are with the goal of bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. So before that, we were involved in the feed-in tariff. We brought a number of solar, wind and hydro projects to fruition that are all up and running. But now we've seen that energy storage is going to be the way forward. We're going to need to have somewhere to store that power. So we're going to get that 2 gigawatts, mostly from 3 pump storage hydro projects that we have planned. That will be those 3 pump storage hydro plants, the most advanced being Red John at Doors on the shores of Loch Ness. You might have seen that in the press. That's quite far advanced in planning. And the other, we've got 500 megawatts of battery storage as well, which Auchenfoyle is going to be part of. So why do we need storage? Why do we need energy storage at all? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. So it's one of the most ambitious targets in the world to hit that net zero. And to do that, we're going to have to move away from fossil fuel generators, coal, gas, and nuclear. Now, currently, we are obviously we've been doing that for years, but a number of these bigger sort of coal, gas, nuclear plants are coming to the end of their lifespan, and as that happens, it means we become more and more reliant on renewable energy, which is a good thing. But also, there's an issue with renewable energy is that it's intermittent, so you can't switch it on to meet demand. So we can't turn on the wind turbines when everyone hits the kettle for Coronation Street at the break in Coronation Street is a kind of old cliche. So to match up that power with the demand, we need to have a way to store renewable energy for when it is needed, and that's what energy storage is. That's what the whole point of this energy storage projects is to do, is to let us store that energy for when it is needed. Now, Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. We currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage, so we're quite a bit away from that. So the Scottish Government have also recognised this in their energy strategy in 2018, and they are broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this, because they realise if we're going to hit that 2045 target, we're going to have energy storage on a large scale. So why in this exact location? Why are we at this location at Auchenfoyle? So the reason we are is we're close to the Devonmore GSP, the grid, our grid supply point, and basically that's a major hub for the grid where transmission power comes in from high voltages getting up and down, transmitted up and down the country, that gets broke down in this grid supply point to smaller voltages to out to smaller substations, and again down into power that would go to your house and to businesses. So it's a major hub for the grid. So that's why we're looking to connect at this point. But unfortunately, there's not many actual grid supply points that have the capacity, so have the room to connect that kind of 50 megawatts that we're talking about. So there's a limited number of these grid supply points that actually you could connect the kind of power that we're talking about here. So that's why we're in this location at Devonmore. We've done a kind of analysis of all the grid supply points in Scotland, and we're only going to ones where we know that there's the availability of connecting. So the next few slides give you an idea where it is in the world where exactly we're talking about. So the land at Auchenfoyle, it's land at Auchenfoyle Farm, taking access, I'm going to pronounce this wrong probably, Auchentibber Road. Taking access from the Auchentibber Road, we're 3 kilometres south of Port Glasgow, 3.5 kilometres south to the Kilmacolm's 3.5 kilometres to the southeast. And the project itself is positioned about 450 metres from any other housing dwellings. So we're a good distance from any other properties. So hopefully you can see the kind of red line boundary there, just below the Auchentibber Road. Hopefully that's clear, just there. So the layout, we've got a couple of different options that we're exploring at the moment. So this is the current kind of layout, the option that we have, where we've got the energy storage units either side of each other. It's kind of 25 either side, and then we have the access track going down the middle of those. We also have a small substation to house all the equipment we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid, and from the grid to the batteries and back again. And outside of that, there's a 3-metre high fence, and the whole project is enclosed in new tree planting, broadleafs, new native broadleaf trees and shrubs that we're going to plant. That over time will completely screen the whole project. So all we'll be able to see is that the trees that are surrounding it. So we've got that on all 4 sides of it, really, apart from where obviously we need to take the access. So the project's going to be well positioned in the landscape and screened. So that's one of the options that we have. The other one is this, where we've taken the project so it's running sort of parallel to the southerly boundary of that field, which might screen it better. We're just kind of exploring that. So if anyone's got any preference on that, that would be good to know. And we've got a questionnaire if you want to put that in there. That would be nice to know what people think about that. So that's the project's kind of the overview of what it's going to look like. The actual components, sort of the main components, are the energy storage units, and like I said, they are the same size as storage containers. So they were 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high, and they also have air conditioning units on the side of them as well to keep everything inside cool. And inside those, it's basically racks and racks of batteries, similar to what you'd see in kind of a data center with racks of servers. Instead of servers, it's actual kind of small battery units, and a number of those compose the full storage unit. And the technology inside of those is solid state lithium ion batteries, and those have been used successfully on most, if not all, well, majority of sort of battery storage, energy storage projects in the UK and worldwide. So it's proven technology. Substation enclosure is a GRP building, so it's glass reinforced plastic, up to 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high, with the colour to be agreed with the council. And like I said, that contains the Scottish Power equipment that we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid and from the grid to the batteries. Now the screening and fencing that we're proposing, so we have a 3 metre high wooden fence, and outside of that we're going to have the tree planting. So we're proposing a number of different kind of native kind of trees and shrubs that are going to help screen the project over time. Obviously they're not planted fully grown. It'll take a while to kind of to actually screen the project fully. And outside of that, there's a 1.2 metre high post and wire stop fence. So I think that gives you an idea of what it is we're proposing, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this exact location, and what the project's going to look like on the ground, or kind of what we're proposing it could look like. So Greg, in fact, if you have any questions, please put them in the chat. Text us on the mobile number that I'm going to put up right now. Or you can email us if you find that's an easier way. So there's 3 different ways you can communicate with us while we're doing this presentation. And we're and either way, wherever way you want to get in contact with us, please do. And also remembering, if you look in the download section, there's a click to access the PAN questionnaire, which is a questionnaire which we'd love you to fill in as well. Give us your feedback on the project. Just remembering that that's going directly to us. That's not a representation to the council on the planning project. The planning that would happen, you'd be doing that once we actually put the formal application into planning. Anything you'd add to that, Greg?
No, Andy, I think you've covered everything there. Fine.
Cool. So I don't know if there is anybody online. Does it look like there's anyone in the chat?
I'll just check. It doesn't look like there's anybody there at the moment.
Okay.
Andy, I was thinking of changing it slightly when we go through the presentation the next time.
Yep.
Just to can feel like there's a lot of information to take in. Mm-hmm. So I'll maybe just butt in and sort of ask you questions that people might ask.
That'd be a good idea.
I'm just thinking, because obviously we used to doing this in like town halls where people are face to face with you and they can ask you questions as you go along. So if anyone is watching, that might just help follow a little bit.
Totally, that makes sense.
Okay, if you want to put the main board on, then it doesn't look like there's any questions, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Yep, let's do that. Cool.
Okay, see you soon.
See you soon. on. My mic was muted there. Apologies. Welcome everyone to our 4:15 presentation of our Auchenfoyle energy storage project. I'm Andrew Hughes. I'm the PR and media manager.
Sorry to interrupt you, Andy, but you sound a little quiet.
Maybe he's not. Let's put my headphones in. Greg, you're not on mute.
I'm not on mute.
No.
But also, you sounded a little quiet there.
It's probably because I didn't have my headphones in. I forgot.
Is that where the microphone is?
Yes, it is. Okay. Yeah. So we're trying to get to grips with this. This is new.
Yeah.
A new kind of way of doing these kind of public meetings. Obviously, we normally do them. We book a hall and we do them face to face. Because of COVID-19, we obviously can't do that. So we're trying to adapt to these kind of online presentations, like I'm sure everyone is. So, welcome if you're watching. We are going to go through I'll run through the presentation. But before we do that, I just want to let you know the ways you can get in contact with us. So there should be a chat box to the right-hand side of your screen, where you can that right. It's pointing. Yeah. Yeah, so there should be a chat box to the right-hand side of your screen, where you can just log in as a guest, and you can give us any comments you have or any feedback that you want to give us.
And you might see there's a couple of messages there already. They're from myself. So
yeah,
I wrote, hi, comments can go here. And if you've just logged in and the video isn't running, please press the play arrow. But if you can see us talking, then you messed up the arrow already.
Apologies, yeah. Someone's chatting someone there. So what were you saying, Greg?
So I was just saying in the comments box, there's a couple of comments already from me. You don't have to log in or register or anything to write comments. You might see it says type a message. You just type straight into there, and we should be able to see it on our screens, and we can answer any questions that we've got.
Great. Okay. So, difficulty here with this. Take this back to the start. Okay, so yeah, I think I'll just start the presentation. So you know how to get in contact with us if you want to contact our phone numbers there and email addresses as well. So I'll just start the presentation. So what is the project? So what is it we're proposing? So it's a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility. It's containerized, basically storage containers with batteries inside of them, and there's 40 of those on the site. Also, there's an access track, associated equipment. So there's a substation building, fencing, and there's also going to be trees and screening to kind of screen the project as best we can from into the landscapes. There's also what the project does in effect is we store excess energy from the grid. So at times when there's for instance renewable energy being generated that isn't needed at night, wind turbines are going at night, perhaps something like that. We would be storing that electricity and putting it back into the grid when it is required, and this helps balance supply and demand for the grid.
Andy, sorry, I was just thinking, last time you went through this, 49.9 megawatts, and later on in the presentation we start talking about gigawatts. So I think it's worth, I'll just give a brief explanation as to, so that people get an idea of what that is. So people will be familiar with when you buy light bulbs, you might buy 100 watt. You used to buy a 100 watt light bulb. So the measurements of the energy goes up by factors of 1,000. So often when you talk about TVs and fridges, you're talking about kilowatts. That's 1,000 times a watt. when you're talking about projects of this scale, you times it by 1,000 again there, it becomes megawatts. And when you're talking at a sort of national level, rather than individual projects, you start talking about gigawatts, and even for the whole of UK, terawatts. So it's just to give us an idea of the scale of the project that we're looking at. A wind turbine nowadays, you might get a big wind turbine that's maybe 3 megawatts on its own. So we are sort of storing the equivalent capacity of 10, sorry, 15 or so. Big industrial wind turbines, that's kind of the equivalent.
Okay. Cool. Okay, thanks.
Right. No bother.
Give a bit of clarification on those. Yeah, you get used to these terms, you just kind of assume everyone knows what you're talking about, and I'm sure there's lots of people. Why would you if you're not involved in it? So yeah, that makes sense. So I'll give you a bit. Who are ILI Group? So who's our company? So we're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Before that, we were involved in renewable projects, so wind, hydro, solar, in the feed-in tariff. We've got quite a few of those projects up and running as well that came to fruition. But our mission with ILI Group was to bring 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. The majority of that we're going to do through 3 pump storage hydro plants that we're in the process of developing. And the first one of those that's in planning is Red John on the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. It's been well publicised, so you might have heard of that one. And the rest of that sort of 2 gigawatts is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage, of which Auchenfoyle is going to be part of. So why do we need energy storage? So why do we need these kind of projects at all? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, which is quite an ambitious. It's one of the most ambitious targets for hitting net zero by in the world. And as part of that, renewable energy is going to be the move from sort of full fossil fuel generators like coal and gas, and from nuclear as well is going to be a big part of that. Now, as the moment we've got quite a lot of renewable energy, but the problem that's always always been with renewable energy is it's intermittent, so it only works when the sun's shining, when the wind's blowing. We can't turn it on to meet demand, and usually what happens is that we have backup power. We have like fossil fuel, coal plants, gas plants, nuclear plants that make up that difference. But as these kind of larger plants go offline, come to the end of their lifespan, and no one's building any new coal plants, or so the gas plants and nuclear plants are coming to the end of their lifespan as well. That means we become more and more reliable on renewable energy, and to make that work, to be able to have that work going forward, we're going to have a lot more energy storage. So we're going to have to be able to store power from renewable energy for when it is needed. The Ofgem have estimated that we might need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. The Scottish Government have also recognised this, and they're broadly supportive of renewable energy storage projects, as they realise if we're going to hit net zero, we're going to have energy storage as a large part of that. So why are we in this exact location? Why are we at this location at Auchenfoyle? The only reason really is that we're close to Devil Moor grid supply point, or the big substation that's nearby. And basically what happens there is transmission power, so power coming in from pylons, gets broken down into smaller voltages, and that substation sent out to smaller substations, and again broke down until it gets to your house and to your businesses. So it's a major hub for the grid, and then Scotland's got lots of these, but there's not that many of them that could actually take the kind of 50 megawatts of power that we are talking about connecting to the grid. So that's why we're in this location. There's very few of these grid supply points that can actually take the power, so that's why we're here. Next few slides give you an idea of whereabouts we are in the world. So hopefully you can see the plan here. So the land is at Auchenfoyle Farm, taking access off the Auchenfoyle Road. Probably said that wrong, but yeah, hopefully you know what I mean. We're 3 kilometres south of Port Glasgow, with Kilmacombe being 3.5 kilometres to the southeast. And the closest properties on the that we are to any kind of dwellings or housing are over 450 metres away, so we're a good distance from any other properties. So the site layout itself consists of 40 energy storage units with an access tract in the middle. So we've got 20 energy storage units either side of that. There's also, in that compound, there's also a small substation, and that whole thing is surrounded by, on the inside there is a 3.5 metre fence, and outside of that, again, there's going to be native broadleaf trees, basically new trees and shrubs that we're going to plant that are going to over time grow to kind of encapsulate the whole fence and project and screen it in the landscape. Um, so we're trying to screen the project as best we can. Now that's one of the options we have there shown. The other option is down here. If we move the project to the south, and we're just trying to see which of these projects works the best from a kind of landscape point of view. And we're also interested in anyone's feedback they may have on that too, which if they have a preference for any of those options. Now, the energy storage units that I'm talking about are storage containers in effect, so shipping containers, and they are 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. If you think about sort of, if you've seen a data centre with racks and racks of servers, it's very similar inside. It's just racks and racks of small battery units that are made up of solid lithium. The technology is solid lithium-ion batteries, and those have been used successfully worldwide and in the UK. And that's that is what we'd be relying on as well, that proven technology. Substation building I mentioned is 6 metres by 10 metres by 3.2 metres high, glass reinforced plastic building, and that contains all the equipment we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid and from the grid to the batteries again. Now the fencing and the screening I was talking about earlier, so we have a 3.5 metre fence. With the fence, outside of that is the trees. This is we've got some suggestions of what kind of trees would be planted there that will grow over time. Obviously, they won't be planted fully grown. It'll take a bit of time to grow, so they screen the project. And outside of that, there would be a 1.2 metre high wire and stock, post and wire stock fence would be on the outside of that as well. So I think that gives you an idea of what it is we're doing with energy storage. Why we're in this exact location, and what the project's going to look like. So if you have any questions, please put them in the chat, or you can text me on 07456 539 239, or you can email us as well. Is there anything you want to add to that, Greg?
No, Andy, I think you've covered everything there.
Cool. Okay, so let's hopefully someone's on the chat or on the phone or the email can get in contact with us, and we can answer any questions. Just trying to see here, Greg. Can you see anyone on the chat?
No, there doesn't seem to be anyone there, Andy.
No one at the moment. Okay, well, I think I'll put this back to the start then.
Okay.
So back to the start, and if anyone's wanting to get in contact, you can. Failing that, we'll do the next one at 4:45. So, hello, welcome anyone who's watching our live stream here. I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR and Media Manager for ILI Group. This is for our Auchenfoyle energy storage project, part of the public consultation process. Now obviously, we normally do these face to face, but with the COVID-19 restrictions, we're not able to do that. So, we're getting to grips with this kind of new technology of doing these kind of live on a live stream, which can obviously have its own issues. Sometimes the internet can't be great. Sometimes the internet can break down or whatever. So if we do go offline, we'll come back on as quickly as we can. So I've got about a 5-10 minute presentation here. It tells you about the project, why it is, what it is we're trying to do, achieve with energy storage, why we're in this location, pardon me, and finally some plans of what we're proposing. Now, if you have a look to the right hand side of your screen, you should be able to see a chat box, so you can log in there as a guest and just give us some feedback or questions you want to ask as we go through, and we'll answer them at the end. Pardon me. Or you can contact us on my mobile number here. It's 07456 539 239. Or we've got 2 email addresses there as well. So there's 3 different ways you can communicate with us while we're doing this presentation live. Anything you want to add to that, Greg?
No, just to encourage, well, just to re-emphasize that the more people engage, even if it's just asking questions, we can resolve any issues that you've got, sometimes just by answering the questions. And also, if there are any issues that you want to make us aware of, that can be reflected in the final application when it gets submitted to planning. So if there are people watching just now, it is a good idea to get in touch with us. And we're always available, even once the planning application has been submitted. We're happy to answer any questions. So just to let people know that we are here to do that, and we're happy to answer questions at any point.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Greg. So that I think I'll just crack on with the presentation. So put it on full screen here. So what is the project? So what we're proposing is a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that composes of energy storage units, which are in effect storage containers with racks of batteries inside them. There's a access track as part of that, a small substation, fencing around the whole project, and trees and shrubs that we're going to plant as well to screen it. So that gives you a high overview of what it is. Now, projects like this, what they do is we store electricity, store excess energy from the grid when it's been produced when it's not needed. So renewable energy going, wind turbines perhaps going in the middle of the night when there's nowhere for that power. We can store that power and then put it back into the grid when required. And this helps balance the supply and demand for the grid. And I'll talk about that a wee bit more in a minute. So who are ILI Group? So we are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017. Before that, we were involved in the feed-in tariff, where we've got a number of wind, hydro and solar projects all up and running. But our focus now is purely on getting that 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. And the majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects. The furthest on in planning of those being Red John at Doors on the shores of Loch Ness. It's quite advanced now, so it's been publicised widely, so you might have heard of that. And we have 500 megawatts of battery storage, of which Auchenfoyle is going to be part of. So why do we need energy storage? What's the purpose of projects like this? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045, one of the most ambitious in the world. And a big part of that's going to be the move away from fossil fuel generators, sort of coal and gas, and also a lot of nuclear is going to be going offline as well, which means we're going to be having to have more renewable energy, which means we're more reliant on renewable energy, which is intermittent. So what that means is we can't switch it on to meet demand. So it means it's solar farms only work during the day when it's sunny, wind farms only work when it's windy, etc., etc. So we can't match up demand with supply. So the way around that is that we have energy storage. So when renewable energy is being generated that's not required, you can store it and then you can use it for when it is required. Now, Ofgem have estimated that we're going to need 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. currently have around about 4 gigawatts of energy storage in the UK at the moment. So there's quite a big leap there that we'll have to find that energy storage, and find projects like this is going to help with that. Now, the Scottish Government have also recognised that energy storage is going to have to be a large part of the energy mix if they're going to hit these kind of 2045 targets. So they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this one. So why are we in this exact location? The reason we're here is that the land that we have at Auchenfoyle is located near the Devonmoor GSP and our grid supply point, the big substation that's nearby, and basically that is a hub for the grid where transmission power, so power that's coming in from pylons and large voltages, comes to grid supply points, gets broken down into smaller voltages, sent out to different substations, and eventually out to your houses and businesses. So it's a major hub for the grid, basically, and there's a lot of these in Scotland, but there's only a few that can actually take the power that we're talking about. So we've done our research, and we know that there's capacity at the Devonmoor grid supply point where we can put that power in without having to spend millions and millions of pounds to upgrade substations. We know that there's enough capacity already there. So the next few slides give you an idea of where we are. So if you have a look, you can see the red line boundary there, just underneath the Auchentibber Road, which we will be taking access from. The land is an Auchenfoyle farm. We are 3 kilometres south of Port Glasgow, about 3.5 kilometres to the southeast is Kilmacolm, and the closest dwellings to where we're proposing the project are over 450 metres away, so they're quite a distance from where we are at the moment. So the next slide is give you one of the proposed layouts. We've got a couple of different layouts that we're proposing, see which one would kind of, we're looking to see which is going to suit the landscape best. So the project itself has 40 energy storage units, 20 either side of an access track running in the middle, as you can see. Outside of that, there is a small substation building and a 3-metre fence that contain round the inside perimeter, and outside of that there is this trees and new planting, basically, of trees and shrubs that we're going to put in to screen the project on all sides to kind of make it as least visible as possible. And this is the other option that we're looking at. So we're taking it down to the south, so we're kind of up against the bank of trees, which may prove to be a more kind of acceptable location visually. But if you've got any comments on that, which you would prefer, let us know as well. We're interested to see people's feedback on those too. So the energy storage units themselves are shipping containers, in effect, which have racks of batteries in them. So if you think about a kind of, if you've seen a data center with racks and racks of servers, this is racks and racks of smaller battery units that comprise the full unit, the full energy storage unit. So the containers themselves are 13 meters by 2.5 meters by 2.6 meters high, and the technology in those battery units is solid-state lithium-ion batteries, and those have been deployed on nearly all projects, energy storage battery projects in the UK and worldwide. So it's proven technology, so that's why we'd be using that. So the substation building I mentioned is 6 meters by 10 meters. It's a GRP, glass reinforced plastic building, and that's 3.2 meters high, and that contains all the equipment we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid, and again from the grid to the batteries. So the fencing that I was talking about is a 3-meter high wooden fence. Outside of that, we're going to have the trees. So we've got a few suggestions there of what kind of trees we'll be planting. Obviously, they don't come fully grown, so there'll be a time where those plants are grown before they give the full screening effect that we're looking for. So those would be there, and then outside of that, there's a 1.2 meter high post and wire stock fence on the outside of the whole project. So I think that gives you a good idea of what it is we're trying to do with energy storage, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this location, and what it is we're actually proposing on the land. But if you want to give us any questions, brilliant. With the comment sections on the right-hand side of the screen. If you don't have a comment section, you can contact us on my mobile number, which is 07456 539 239, or me and Greg's email addresses are also on this page here. So if you've got any questions, please come and text us, email us, or put them in the chat, whichever way suits you best, and we'll try and answer them as best we can. Anything you'd add to that, Greg?
Well, Andy, I think you've covered everything. Cool. You've shown where the site is. I think sometimes, even after we've explained it to people, sometimes they're saying, sometimes they'll still say, "Yeah, but what exactly? You know, what's it going to look like?" I think I'll just summarise that, if that's okay. Essentially, the batteries are stored in like almost like big shipping containers. And the batteries themselves are inside those containers on different shelves. They're actually quite relatively small, each battery, but they add up to a large capacity. They can store a lot of energy within these shipping containers. So there's rows of these containers along the site with an access track along the middle to give sort of maintenance access to these. Around that development, there is 2 fences. There's I think it's a 3-meter fence, which is a wooden timber fence that extends to the full height of the containers, so you shouldn't really see them behind that. Then beyond that, there is a landscaped area. Andy showed the drawing for that. There's some bushes and some trees planted there, and over the lifetime of the project, they'll grow to further screen the project. And then there's a post and wire fence beyond that, and that's really just to stop wildlife coming and eating the plantation that's there once it first goes in. The site doesn't have it's not particularly sensitive to landscape impact from this project. It's very different from a wind turbine, which is visible from a long distance away. This is smaller than a 1-story house would be, or like a bungalow or something. It's relatively small, 3 meters high, which is a bit higher than the standard sort of living room ceiling that you've got. So it's not especially large, and it's very well screened. So in terms of visual impact, that shouldn't really be an issue. So that's essentially what people can expect to see on site. It does require planning permission, and the reason for the public consultation event is that any projects over 20 megawatts are classed as a major development. So even if the development itself is quite small, the project requires, or the capacity requires, that we go to public consultation. And that means we hold events like this. We try and get in touch with community councils and answer any questions they've got and try and get some feedback, so that when the project goes to the planning officer, they're able to assess all the issues, and when it goes to the planning committee, they can be satisfied that the information that we've provided satisfies all the issues that have been raised. So it's quite a good opportunity for members of the public to get involved with the process and hopefully engage with us. I said earlier that me and Andy are always happy to answer questions at any point. So even if once the application's been submitted, if people have questions, we're happy to answer them. I think that's all I would add, Andy.
Great. Okay.
Doesn't look like there's
nothing on my phone or on email. So I think we'll leave it there for now, and we'll come back at 5:15 for the next presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Andy.
Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to anyone who's tuned in to watch our presentation of our Auchenfoyle Energy Storage Project. I'm Andrew Hughes, I'm the PR Media Manager for ILI Group. We also have Greg Templeton below me. He is the Planning Manager for ILI Group. And we're doing this kind of public consultation process to get people's opinions, views, what they think of what we're proposing. We obviously normally do these face to face, but COVID-19, we're not unable to do that. So we're working with this kind of new technology to try and present these in a format that hopefully people can access and engage with. So with that in mind, there is a chat box on your right hand side. Yep, the chat box on your right hand side. Hopefully you can see that. You can join as a guest and put in any comments or questions you might have. If you don't have that,
Andy, I would say
yep.
sometimes if you've maximised the video, it appears below the video, so you might have to scroll down.
Okay, yeah. So scroll down, or there should be a chat box somewhere. If there isn't, my mobile number is on the screen. It's 07456 539 239. You can text us any questions you might have, or you can email us on the emails addresses there. There's also a download section where you can download the PowerPoint from this presentation. Plus, there's also a PAN questionnaire which you can fill in online, which you can give us your views, which we'd love you to do. If you're on watching this, please fill in that and let us know what you're thinking. Pardon me. But feeling that, I think I'll start the presentation. Is there anything, Greg, you'd like to add?
No, I think we'll summarise at the end just to remind people how they can get in touch with us. And if anyone's got any questions that come up, we'll answer those after your presentation. But I think you're good to go.
Okay, so I'll put it on full screen here. Okay, and I'll just crack on. So we'll skip the slide. Go. Skip the slide, yeah. So first slide is, what is the project? So what it is we're proposing, it's a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that's made up of 40 energy storage units, which are storage containers with batteries in effect. There's 40 of those on this project. The development also has an access track, a small substation meter building, fencing, and it's screened on all sides by trees and shrub planting that we're going to do as well. The projects like this, what they do in simplest terms is we store excess energy from the grid. So at times when perhaps renewable energy is being generated, like a wind farm in the middle of the night when nobody needs that power, instead of having to switch that wind farm off, we can store the electricity, or store the electricity in the batteries, store the power in the batteries, and we can put that back into the grid when it's required. And in simplest terms, this helps balance supply and demand for the grid. But I'll talk a little bit about more of that in a wee bit more detail about that in a few slides. So who are ILI Group? Well, we're an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017 with the aim of bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. Now there's currently 4 gigawatts of energy storage, so it's quite an ambitious target we've set ourselves. Before we were doing for the energy storage, we've been involved in the feed-in tariff and a number of renewable energy projects up and down Scotland. So we've been involved in the renewable sector for a long time, and we've seen that energy storage is going to be the next thing, that if we're going to have the amount of renewable energy we need to have energy storage to back that up. So we've got 3 pump storage hydro projects that we're working on. The first one of those, Red John, in the shores of Loch Ness at Doors, is far advanced in planning. You might have heard of that one. And we also have 500 megawatts of battery storage planned, or either in planning or already got planning, which Auchenfoyle is going to be part of. So why do we need energy storage at all? Why is it needed? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. It's one of the world's most ambitious targets to hit that, net zero. And a large part of that's going to be moving away from fossil fuel generators like coal and gas, and also nuclear as well. And a lot of these kind of larger power stations are coming to the end of their shelf life. And as that happens, we become more and more dependent on renewable energy, which in itself causes a problem, as renewable energy is intermittent, which means you only get solar during the day when it's sunny, you only get wind power when it's windy, etc. So you need to have a way to store that power for when it is needed, so we can match it up with demand, and that's what energy storage lets us do. So Ofgem have estimated that we might need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. Like I said previously, we've got 4 gigawatts, roughly 4 gigawatts at the moment, so we're quite a way off that. The Scottish Government also, in their energy strategy published in 2018, recognise that, and they're broadly supportive of energy storage projects like this, because they realise if we're going to hit that 2045 target for net zero, we're going to have larger penetration of energy storage across the whole of Scotland. So why is it need to be in this location? And the answer to that is it's because the land's located next to Devilmoor GSP, our grid supply point, which is really a hub for the grid, a major hub for the grid, where we take grid supply points are where transmission power comes in. So you have power coming in pylons, large voltages, gets stepped down into smaller voltages sent out to smaller substations, again stepped down out to your houses and homes. So this a grid supply point is a major hub for the grid. So this is a perfect point where you would want to have energy storage projects like this nearby. Now the problem with that is that there's only a small number of grid supply points in Scotland that actually have the capacity available right now to put these kind of grid energy storage projects onto. So that's why we are at Devilmoor. It's where we've got land close by to the grid supply point, plus we know that there's power available. There's an ability for the grid to take power in at this point. That makes sense. So the next few slides give you an idea whereabouts exactly we are in the world. So hopefully you can see the red line in the sort of centre of the page there. There's a red line boundary coming off the yellow road, which is the Auchenfoyle road. So the land is actually at Auchenfoyle. It's part of Auchenfoyle Farm. We're 3 kilometres south of Port Glasgow, and Kilmacolm is around about 3.5 kilometres to the southeast. And the project itself is over 450 metres from any houses or dwellings. So we're quite a distance from any of the other properties. Now we've got a couple of different slides here showing 2 different layouts. They're all basically the same layout but in different locations. So we have 40 energy storage units, as you can see, sort of side by side, 20 either side, with an access track running down the middle. And there's also a small substation in that out with that too. Now on the interior perimeter of that, there's a 3-metre high wooden fence. Outside of that, you can see in green there is new planting, so trees and shrubs that we're going to plant that over time will come to screen the fencing and the entire project. Now the project actually is quite well screened already. There's trees to the east and the south, so it's already quite well screened. But we're going to screen that further with the tree planting that we're proposing. So that's one of the locations, and the other one is to the south here, which is again up against a bank of trees. So we're just trying to think which is going to be the most kind of blend in the best with the landscape. And if you've any views on that yourself, we'd like to hear that too. Any feedback on that would be appreciated. So that's the kind of site layout. It's the 2 sort of locations that we're proposing, and it's in the same field in effect. Now the energy storage units themselves, like we said previously, they are in effect storage containers that are 30 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. If you think about if you've ever seen into a data centre with kind of racks and racks of servers units, similar to this, it's got racks and racks of batteries, so made up with smaller battery units, and those are solid-state lithium-ion batteries that we will be using, and those basically they've been used in nearly every other energy storage project in the UK and worldwide, any battery storage project anyway. And that's why we're proposing them, because obviously it's proven technology, so we know it works. Now the substation building is 6 meters by 6 meters by 10 meters, and that would be 3.2 meters high. And that contains all the equipment that we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid, and from the grid back to the batteries. Now the fencing and the screening that I was talking about, so we have a 3.5 meter high solid wooden fence. Outside of that would be the trees. So we've got a couple of suggestions here what different types of tree planting regimes we'd be doing to try and screen the project best and kind of get them fully grown as quickly as we can to kind of screen the whole of the project. And outside of that, there's a post and wire stock fence to kind of stop any wildlife getting into where we're going to be planting those new trees, so we've got a chance to get growing. So I think that gives you an overview of who we are as a company, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this precise location, and what it is we're actually going to put on the land, or what we're proposing to put on the land. Now, like we said, on the right hand side, on the right hand side of the screen, you should be able to see a chat box where you can log in as a guest and ask us any questions you might have, or you can contact us on the mobile number that I'm just about to put up, and also the email addresses for me and Greg. So there's 3 different ways you can communicate with us. If you haven't got hopefully you've got one. So if one of these isn't available, hopefully the other 2 are available to you. And like I said, we want to get your feedback. There's a download section below the presentation where you can fill in a questionnaire form as well, which would be greatly appreciated too. Anything you'd add to that, Greg?
No, I think that covered everything. Well, I was just looking there to see if anyone else has logged on or any questions. There's no kind of indication that anyone's there.
Yep.
I'm just refreshing the page.
A lot of people might watch it later. Do you know what I mean? Like kind of catch up.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, if you press play, just now,
watch it from the start.
You can watch it from the start, but it takes you to now. You can rewind if you want, but it takes you to just about now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't look like there's anyone there just now. So if you want, I think it's okay to wrap this one up and come back again.
And anyone that is watching this in the future, please do fill in that questionnaire, because we can still don't need to have this question answer live. We can do it through the questionnaire as well. We appreciate any feedback people have.
Yep.
Cool. Is there anything you'd want to say to people from the future, Greg?
I hope everything's all right in the future, and the grid is properly balanced, and that there's enough storage to facilitate renewables. That's my wish for the future.
That would be good. Sounds like a reasonable wish. Yeah. Okay, well, I think we'll leave it there for now. We'll be back at 5:45 for the next presentation. Thanks.
Cheers. Andy, I think I lost connection there briefly.
Did you lose connection? You back?
I'm back now though.
That's cool. Okay.
Right, see you 15 minutes.
Bye. Hi there, welcome everyone. Anyone who's tuned in to our Auchenfoyle Energy Storage Project public consultation, public meeting. I'm Andrew Hughes. I am the PR and Media Manager. We also have Greg Templeton, who is the Planning Manager for ILI Group as well, also on the call. So I'm going to go through a quick presentation. Before that, I'm going to let you know which way you can get in contact with us. So there is a chat box to the right-hand side of the screen where you can get in contact with us if you've got any questions or anything like that. We'll answer them at the end of the presentation. I'm just getting a bit of feedback here from my mic. I'm not sure if is it your mic, Greg? Yeah, I think it's your mic. It's Greg, it's your mic, mate, that's giving us a bit of feedback there. That's fine. So yeah, if you've got any questions as we go through this, put them in the chat box and we'll get in contact with you. If you can't see a chat box, we would appreciate if you can contact us on the mobile number that's on the screen. It's 07456 539 239. So you can also get in contact. You can also get in contact with us that way. Any of those methods is fine. And the presentation itself will take about 5 or 10 minutes. So, Greg, anything you want to add to that for a crack on?
No, it's all fine, Andy.
Yeah, good. Okay. Can you turn the volume down in your mic, Greg, or anything? No? No? You're muted. You're muted. Can't hear you. Okay. Right. I'll just start the presentation. So, hello? Okay. You going to say something? Are you going to say something, Greg?
Oh, you were muted there as well.
No, I'm not muted. I'm very loud now. So, okay. Fair enough. It's a bit of technical problem. So that might happen during this. If the stream drops off, which can happen, we'll be back on as quickly as we can. But with that, I think I'll start going through this, go through the presentation. Okay, so so what is it we're proposing? What is the project? So in effect, it's a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and what that comprises of is 40 energy storage units, which are um, storage containers with racks and racks of batteries in them, really. And as part of the development, there's an access track through the project. There's a small meter building, and there is fencing around the whole project, and also tree planting, screening that's going to screen the project quite well. So that gives you a rough overview of what we're proposing. The project itself, what energy storage projects like this do, is they store excess energy that's on the grid. So, for instance, renewable energy that's being generated perhaps in the middle of the night from wind turbines that there's nowhere to put it. Instead of turning those wind turbines off and in effect losing that potential energy, we can store it and then put it back into the system or put it back into the grid when it is needed. And that helps balance supply and demand, which is becoming a bigger and bigger issue, as you might have seen what happened down in England last year with the blackouts. So, want to avoid events like that, we need to have energy storage at a certain level. So, our company, ILI Group, who are we? We are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage side of things in 2017, but before that, we were heavily involved in the feed-in tariff with numerous projects for wind, solar, and hydro up and down Scotland that are up and running. But what we're focused on now is bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. There's currently 4 gigawatts of energy storage in the UK, so that gives you an idea that is kind of the task that we're undertaking. Most of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro projects. The furthest on in those in planning, which is Red John, at Doors on the shores of Loch Ness. That's been it's quite advanced in planning. It's been in the press quite widely, so people might have heard of that one. And the rest of that power is going to be, that energy storage is going to come from 500 megawatts of battery storage, which we either have planned for or are in the process of getting planned for, similar to Auchenfoyle. So why do we need energy storage? Why do you even need this kind of project? Why is it required? And basically, Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. So we're trying to, that's an ambitious target to hit. And now as part of that, a major part of that is going to be moving away from coal and gas power and nuclear power as well as it goes offline. And that'll mean that we're more dependent on renewable energy. So if we're going to have that dependence on renewable energy, we're going to have energy storage alongside it, as renewable energy, as everyone knows, is intermittent. So it only works during the solar only works during the day when it's sunny. Wind power only works when it's windy. It sounds obvious, but it creates a major problem when we're trying to match up that supply from renewable sources with demand. So we need to have a way to match up that power. And the way to do that is to store the energy when it's not needed, and put it back in when it is needed. So Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. Currently, like I said, at 4 gigawatts roughly. So it's quite a large step up from where we are at the moment. And as fossil fuel generators go offline, coal and gas, which would normally make up the difference in times when there's no renewable energy available, but demand, storage is going to have to become a bigger and bigger part of the picture. And that's what the Scottish Government realised as well. And their energy strategy that was published in 2018 supports energy storage, broadly supports energy storage. So they know that they need projects like this one if they're going to hit net zero by 2045. So why are we in this location, but why do we have to be here? And the reason is that we're close to the Devonmoor GSP, which is a short for grid supply point. And a grid supply point really is a hub for the grid where transmission power, so power that comes in on pylons at large voltages, gets stepped down in that substation, that grid supply point, and gets sent out to smaller substations and broke down again, and eventually out to your houses and homes. So that's really, it's a major hub for grid, so it makes sense for us to have that storage available at that point. But the problem is that there's only there's grid supply points all across Scotland, but there's not that many of them that can actually take the kind of power that we're talking about putting in that kind of near 50 megawatts mark. So that's why we're in in the location at Devonmoor. So the next few plans give you basically planning drawings, give you an idea of exactly where we are and what we're proposing. So if you have a look, you can see the kind of red line boundary there in the middle of the picture, surrounded by the trees. So that's where we're currently proposing the project. And that would be taking access. The land is, like I said before, it's at Auchenfoyle Farm. It's part of that farm. And we'll be taking access from the Auchenfoyle Road. Apologies if I've pronounced that wrong. And the project itself is 3 kilometres south of Port Glasgow, 3.5 kilometres to the southeast is Kilmacombe, and the closest dwellings to the project are around about 450 metres away. So we're well away from any other kind of housing or properties. So this is a plan view of what we're proposing. So the energy storage units, there's 40 in total. The way we have them laid out is side by side, so 20 either side, with an access track coming off the Auchenfoyle Road right down the middle of that. There's also a small substation building there as well. Outside of that, there'd be that 3 metre high wooden fencing that surrounds the project in the interior. And then out with that, we have the new tree planting that we're proposing. So new trees and shrubs that are going to, over time, come to screen the project entirely. And it's already quite well screened with the natural tree planting that's the forestry that's to the west and the south. So it's already quite well screened, and this would screen it even further from the road. So that's one of the possible positions for this project. We also have this one here where we are moving the project to the southernmost of the field, right up against the bank of trees there. So that might be could be possibly be a better route up against that existing forestry. But again, that's something we'd like to hear any feedback on. If anyone's got any views on that, would be great to know. So the energy storage units themselves, they are storage containers measuring 13 meters by 2.5 meters with a height of 2.6 meters. They also have air conditioning units on the outside that kind of keep everything inside cool. And basically, if you can picture, if you've seen data centers where they have racks and racks of servers, this is basically racks and racks of batteries. So the whole thing is composed of smaller battery units making up the full energy storage unit. So the whole thing itself, all the technology we're using are lithium-ion batteries, and those are what have been successfully deployed on most, if not all, UK and worldwide energy storage or battery storage sites to date. So we'd be sticking with that proven technology. So the substation building I mentioned, I'll just go back there. The substation building I mentioned is GRP, so glass reinforced plastic, 10 meters by 6 meters by 3.2 meters high, and that contains all the kind of the switch gear that takes the power from batteries into the grid and can take the power from the grid into the batteries again. So it's all the equipment that we need to do that. And finally, the fencing and screening that I was talking about. So there's a 3 meter high wooden fence on the inside interior of the project, and then out with that we have the tree planting. We've got some suggestions of what kind of trees would be planted there that are going to grow over time to entirely screen the project. And out with that there would be a post wire stop fence just to keep any kind of wildlife out from getting in at the new trees that are growing. So I think that really gives you an idea of what energy storage is, why we need it in this location, and what it is we're actually planning on the ground. So if you'd like to put any questions in the chat on the right hand side of your screen, hopefully you can see that. If you can't see that, my mobile number is there. It's 07456 539 239. Or you can email us as well on our email addresses, which I'm going to put up in a second. And also in the download sections, you can download the PowerPoint presentation, or you can fill in the online questionnaire, which we'd love you to do as well. Get your feedback, and if anything we can take on board, we will. But with that, Greg, is there anything you'd want to add to that?
No, Andy, I think you've covered everything really well.
Great. Okay. I can't see anyone else in the chat. Can you, Greg?
No.
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 There might be people watching this later on. If you do, obviously you can't ask us questions once it's passed, but they still have the questionnaire form. So if any views you have, put it down on that. There's a few questions. We just want people's feedback. It would be great. Obviously, that's not official representations to the council. That's representations to us as part of our consultation process. Once the planning application goes in, there'll be a period where you can make a comment on the application. Anything else, Greg?
No, that's all good, Andy.
Cool. Well, I think we'll take a wee break there then, and we'll come back for the next presentation at 6:15. So, hi everyone, welcome to everyone who's tuned in for our Auchenfoyle energy storage presentation. I'm Andrew Hughes, PR Media Manager for ILI Group. We also have Greg Templeton, Planning Manager, below me. He is here to. We're both here to answer any questions that you may have. So, if you can, hopefully everyone can see. There is a chat box on the right-hand side of the screen. So if you've got any questions, please put them in there as I go through the presentation. Or if you can't see the chat box, my mobile number is on the screen at the moment, currently 07456 539 239, or we have our email addresses up there as well. So any of these three methods you can use to communicate with us while we're doing this project, while they're doing this presentation live. If you look at the download section, there is a PAN questionnaire, which we would appreciate if you fill in that. It's just basically a questionnaire about what you think of the project. So you can add any suggestions in there you might want to put in as well. And if we can incorporate them, we will into the project. And it's good to get that kind of feedback. So obviously we kind of do these presentations normally face-to-face when we can, but the COVID-19 situation's kind of made us kind of think that we will have forced us to adapt into this kind of online world. So things can sometimes go wrong while we're doing this. If the presentation drops out or the internet goes down, we'll be back on as quickly as we can. But with that, I think I'll start the presentation. Greg, is there anything you'd like to add?
Just that if someone has the video full screen, then the comment section might be below, and they might have to scroll down to get to it. And also, you don't have to register or give your email address or anything. You can just start typing away, and we should be able to answer any questions you've got. Other than that, Andy, we're good to go.
Okay, great. Okay, well, I'll just crack on then. Here we go. Okay, so what is the project and what is it we're actually proposing? So we have a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility that consists of 40 energy storage units, which are in effect storage containers and containing batteries and associated equipment. There's an access track that goes down the middle of those energy storage units. There's a small substation and there's fencing around the project, wooden fencing, and it's screened with new trees that we're going to plant as well. Now the project, I'll talk a bit more detail about the actual layout, but in essence what projects like this do is we store excess energy from the grid, so times when energy is being produced that's not needed. So for instance from wind turbines at night, or if there's a lot of solar generation during the day when we don't need that power, we could store that power and then put it back into the grid when it is needed, and it helps balance the supply and demand for the grid, which I'll also talk in a wee bit more detail about in a minute. So who are ILI Group? We are an energy storage development group, development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started in 2017, the energy storage side of things. Previous to that, we were involved with renewable energies projects, solar, wind, and hydro, and a number of those are now up and running. But our full focus now is on bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. And we're going to do that by developing, most of that will come from 3 pump storage hydro projects that we're in the process of developing. The furthest on of those is Red John at the shores of Loch Ness at Doors. That's been well publicised, so you might well have heard of that one. Or the rest of that's going to come from 500 megawatts of battery, which we either have consent for or in the process of getting planning consent for, similar to Auchenfoyle here. So why do we need energy storage? Why are projects like this required at all? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. As to hit that kind of sort of target, we're going to have to move away from fossil fuel generators, coal and gas, which is what we've been doing for years now. But as we become more reliant on renewable energy, that creates its own problem, as renewable energy is intermittent. So it's only sunny when it's during the day, and it's only windy when only wind turbines only work when it's windy. Seems obvious, but it creates a problem that a lot of the time power is getting generated that can't be used. So what we need to be able to do is, if we're going to have more reliance on renewable energy, where coal and gas plants are going offline. They're not building any more coal. Gas plants and nuclear plants are now now becoming obsolete or coming to the end of their shelf life. That renewable energy is going to have energy storage side by side, or it won't be able to meet demand, and we'll get situations like what happened down in England last year when we had that sort of large scale blackout, and that's obviously what we want to try and avoid. So energy storage lets us store renewable energy for it when it is needed. Ofgem have estimated we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. Scottish Energy Strategy, published in 2018, supports new energy storage, broadly supports energy storage projects like this one. They realise that if we're going to have renewable energy on a much larger scale, we're going to have energy storage on a much larger scale to go along with that. So why exactly do we need it in this location at Auchenfoyle? And the reason is we're close to the Devilmoor GSP, or the grid supply point. So the big substation that's just to the north of where we're situated. And basically, a grid supply point is where transmission power from pylons comes in at high voltages, gets stepped down to smaller voltages, and it goes to smaller substations, stepped down again, and eventually out to your houses and to your businesses. So a grid supply point is a major hub for the grid. So it's an ideal location to host energy storage. But unfortunately, not every grid supply point has the capacity or the ability to connect 50 megawatts of power. So what we need to do is find those grid supply points that can connect that level of power. And Devilmoor is one of the very few that can do that. So that's why we're in the location that we're in. So the next few slides give you an idea of where exactly we're located. So if you can see the red line boundary just below the yellow road, the Auchentibber Road, I think I'm pronouncing that right. That's where the project's going to be located. So it's actually land, it's part of Auchenfoyle Farm. We're 3 kilometres south of Port Glasgow. Kilmacolm is about 3.5 kilometres to the southeast, and the closest dwellings to the property, to the project, are around about over 450 metres away. So they're a good distance. We're a good distance from many other dwellings. Right. So I've got a few different drawings here. I've got a few different site layout proposals. This is sort of a plan view, giving you the energy storage units, sort of with 40 of those, 20 either side of an access track coming down the middle. Then we have a 3-metre high wooden fence around the perimeter of those. And then again, you've got the tree planting there that we're going to do to eventually be able to screen the whole project from all sides. So it's going to, and there's also a readily existing forestry here and to the south as well. So the project's already kind of well screened, and with the planting that we're doing, we're going to make sure that it's going to be screened from all sides. So the visual impact is going to be pretty minimal. Now this is another location where we've kind of just moved the same layout to the south up against the existing forestry, which might work better. If you've any views on that, we'd be interested to get your feedback on what you're thinking on what layout 1 or layout 2. So the energy storage units themselves, a storage container 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. They have air conditioning units on them as well that keep everything inside cool. Basically, if you've ever seen inside a data center where you've got racks and racks of servers, think of this, it's kind of racks and racks of smaller battery units that make up the total energy storage unit. And those would be solid state lithium ion batteries because they've already been successfully deployed in many other sites, if not all the sites and battery sites in the UK and worldwide. So it's proven technology. The substation I mentioned is 6 metres by 10 metres. It's a GRP, glass reinforced plastic, and that's 3.2 metres high, and that contains all the equipment we need to get the power from the batteries to the grid and from the grid back to the batteries. The fencing and the screening I was discussing earlier. Now that is a 3 metre high wooden fence around the perimeter of the batteries, and then outside of that we have the trees that we're suggesting and planting. So we've got some suggested species of trees and shrubs that would be planted there that will over time screen the project from all sides. and outside of that there's a wire post stop fence as well. So I think that gives you a good idea of what it is we're proposing, and why we need energy storage, why we need it in this position, and who ILI are as a company. So hopefully, if anyone's watching, you can go to the chat section and put in any questions you might have, and we can answer them. Or you can use my mobile number, which I'm just going to put all those details up now. There we go. So my mobile number is there, 07456539239, and also me and Greg's email addresses. So 3 ways you can communicate with us right now if you want to, live, or if you're watching, say if you're watching this later on, you can. There is a PAN questionnaire. Even if you're watching it now, please go and fill in the sort of questionnaire form. Give us your feedback on the project. That would be great. But feeling that, Greg, is there anything you'd want to add to that?
No, Andy, I think you've covered everything there, and that's fine.
Cool. Okay,
I would maybe say, Andy, if someone had joined...
Moment, if you want to...
Sorry.
Yep, sorry.
I was going to say, if anyone joined the presentation part of the way through, we do have one final presentation in about 15 minutes time or so. You can also rewind across. There's a bar across the bottom that lets you go back and look at our previous presentations. They're all essentially the same. It's the same information. This information stays on the website for 21 days, and you can access the slides as well from the website, or you can hang about or log back on in 15 minutes time, and we'll go through the presentation one more time. So everyone has plenty of opportunity to see the presentation and ask questions.
So, great. Okay, that's great, Greg. Right. Okay, I think we'll leave it there and we'll be back at 6:45. Hello and welcome everyone or anyone who's tuned in to our presentation for Auchenfoyle Energy Storage Project. I am Andrew Hughes, PR and Media Manager for ILI Group. We also have Greg Templeton below me. He is the Planning Manager for ILI Group, and together we're going to do a presentation today explaining a little bit about our energy storage project that we have planned at Auchenfoyle. Run through some planning drawings, a little bit about energy storage, why we need it in this location, and we'd love your feedback on this or any questions you might have. There's a chat box on the right hand side of the screen, hopefully, and you can just log in there. You can just log in as a guest. You don't need to start an account or anything. Just log in as guest and give us any questions, and we'll answer them at the end. Or if you haven't got a chat box, because you've got my mobile numbers here. You should be able to see that, my mobile number 07456539239. Greg's and myself's email addresses are both there too, so you've got 3 ways you can communicate with us during this live. Where there's also a pan questionnaire in the download section. If you click on that, you get taken to an online form where you can give us your feedback. Again, if you're not watching it live, we take your feedback on. If you want any questions answered, we can do it that way too, or email us direct. Either way is fine. So I think this is our last presentation tonight. So Greg, is there anything you'd like to add to that before I crack on, mate?
Well, I think just as I said before the last presentation, that people can get in touch with us at any point. If someone's just tuning in now, you're able to rewind and see our previous presentations, which are all essentially the same. We're running through the same information. But this information will stay up on the website for 21 days. And I think after this, Andy will write round to any community councils that we're aware of and just see if they've maybe got any questions and just try and make contact that way. Otherwise, people are welcome to get in touch with us at any point during the planning process, and we'll try and answer their questions.
Yeah, totally. Okay, thanks, Greg. Okay, so with that, I will put it on full screen and we'll start the presentation. So what is the project? So what we're proposing is a 49.9 megawatt energy storage facility, and that takes the form of 40 storage containers that have an access track as part of that development. There's a small substation building, and it's surrounded by fencing and new tree planting that we're going to do. That's going to screen the project as best we can. So that's what the development consists of. Projects like this, in essence, what they do is store excess energy from the grid. So when energy is being produced that's not needed, usually that's from renewable energy sources. So wind, solar, that kind of thing. If there's power being created from wind farms on a windy night when nobody needs that power, we can store that. Or similarly with solar, if it's sunny during the day and there's no demand for that power, we can take that up as well. And we can store that power for when it is needed and put it back into the grid. So it helps balance supply and demand for the grid to avoid situations like what happened in England last year when they had the blackout. So it's kind of things we don't want to happen. So who are ILI Group? Our company, we are an energy storage development company based in Hamilton, South Lanarkshire. We started the energy storage section, ILI Group, in 2017. Previous to that, we were working on renewable energy projects for a number of years. In the feed-in tariff and other projects, solar, wind, and hydro projects that are all successfully built and operational. But now we're focused on bringing 2 gigawatts of energy storage to Scotland. And the majority of that's going to come from 3 pump storage hydro plants that we have. The furthest on of those being Red John at Doors on the shores of Loch Ness. And that's advanced in planning and it's been well publicised, so you might well have heard of that one. And we're going to have 500 megawatts of battery storage, a lot of which we've already got consent for, and some other sites similar to Auchenfoyle that are just at the start of the process. So why do we need this kind of development at all? What is the point in energy storage? So Scotland's got a target of net zero by 2045. It's an ambitious target, and if we're going to hit that target, we're going to be moving further away from coal and gas and nuclear also, as these kind of power plants don't get built. as they go offline. And that means that we're more reliant on renewable energy to kind of meet the needs of the grid. And that comes with it some problems, as renewable energy is only intermittent. So like I said previously, it only works when it's windy, it only works when it's sunny, and we can't match that up with demand. So we need to have energy storage alongside renewable energy, so that you can store power for when it is needed. Now, Ofgem have estimated that we could need up to 37 gigawatts of energy storage by 2050. The Scottish Government are right behind energy storage projects as well, and broadly supportive of energy storage projects. They realise that they're going to have more energy storage if we've to hit these 2045 targets and move to all renewables. So why exactly in this location? Why are we here? So the land, basically we're beside the Devilmoor GSP, the grid supply point. That's the reason why we're at this specific part of bit of land at Auchenfoyle. We're close enough that we can connect in at the Devilmoor grid supply point. And a grid supply point is basically a hub for power. So the transmission power comes in from pylons, gets broken at high voltage, gets broken down and get to lower voltages. At this substation, to smaller substation, broken down again, and then finally to your homes and to your businesses and things like that. So it's a main hub for the grid basically. So it's a good place to connect this energy storage in. But unfortunately, there's very few places in Scotland that can actually take 50 megawatts of power. So Devilmoor is one of the few locations where we can actually do that. So that's why we're in this location. So the next few plans give you an idea of where we are in the world and what it is exactly we're proposing. So if you can see the red line boundary there, that should give you an idea of where we are. That's the Auchenfoyle Road we're taking access from. A land that's actually part of Auchenfoyle Farm. Now we're about 3 kilometres south of Port Glasgow. Kilmacolm is about 3.5 kilometres southeast of that, and we've any housing or dwellings are all over 450 metres away. So we're quite a bit away from any other properties. So you see here, we're taking access off the Auchenfoyle Road, and we have an access track that goes down the middle of the energy storage units, the storage containers, as I mentioned, and there's 20 of those either side of the development. And outside of that, we have a 3-metre high wooden fence. And outside of that, again, we have the tree planting. We're going to be planting new trees and shrubs that are going to, over time, grow to screen the project very well from all directions. We already have some natural forestry here and existing forestry to the west and the south. So the project's already got some kind of natural screening already in place. So that's one of the locations we're looking at. We're also looking here, possibly. I think that might be less visual impact. So tell us what you think and what your thoughts are on that, on the questionnaire or through the chat. Let us know what you're thinking about those two different locations. Which one you think might be better? So the energy storage units themselves are storage containers 13 metres by 2.5 metres by 2.6 metres high. And those are, if you think of a data center, if you see kind of racks of servers in a data center, inside these storage containers it's very similar. Side by either side you've got racks and racks of small battery units, and those battery units are solid state lithium ion batteries we'd be using. It's also a proven technology used in almost all other sort of energy storage projects in the UK and around the world. And they also have air conditioning units on the side of them too, to kind of keep all the equipment inside cool. So that's basically what the storage containers, the kind of dimensions and what they do and what they look like. So the substation building is a GRP, glass reinforced plastic building, 10 metres by 6 metres by 3.2 metres high. And that contains all the equipment that we need really to get the power from batteries to the grid, and from the grid back to the batteries again. The fence and the screening that I mentioned, we have the 3-metre high wooden fence here, and the outside of the batteries. Then we have the screening, the trees. There's some suggested sort of tree species that we're going to plant that will grow over time to screen the whole of the fencing. and the project, and outside that we've got a wire and stock post fence. So that gives you an idea of really what it is we're proposing, why we need energy storage, why we need it in this exact location, and what it is we're looking to do. So hopefully that gives you an idea. If you would like to ask any questions, the chat box is on the right hand side, hopefully, or you can contact us on either of the emails or on my mobile number, which is up here now, you can see. Anything you'd add to that, Craig?
Well, Andy, I think you've covered everything fine. There's a chance someone might have came along for the quarter 2 presentation. They might have came in partway through, because sometimes it can be a bit difficult to log on. So if you have only just caught the end of this presentation, you're able to rewind it. You can come back to this same web page, and you can watch all the presentations we've done today since 3 o'clock if you want. They're all essentially the same. It's all the same information that's there. And we frequently give our email address, Andy's phone number, and other methods to get in contact with us. So if you're able to access it and you have any questions, you can get in touch at any point. Other than that, Andy, I think, yeah, we've covered everything.
Yeah, I think that's it, Greg. If there's anyone there, just before we go, anyone wants to put any questions up, please do, or text us in the next couple of minutes, or we'll wrap up there, and they can contact us through either our emails or hopefully the PAN questionnaire at the bottom of the downloads. They can contact us and give us their thoughts and feedback on that. That would be great. I think that's it, Greg.
I think that's it, Andy. I think
Okay.
if you leave the title screen on for just another minute,
Yeah.
that's got all our contact details on it. So anyone that's been desperately trying for the last 4 hours to try and log on, and they land up with 1 minute to spare, they'll be able to see our email address and contact details there. So thanks very much, Andy. Another good job, mate.
No worries. Thanks, Greg. I'll
Cheers.
speak to you soon. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye.